And let's see if I can get this game started. It did receive 2 patches since yesterday. So let's see if those actually addressed anything that we saw. I know they changed one thing, which I don't understand, and they didn't explain, that I can show you once we're in there. Yeah. I did want to close you, not maximize you, Steam. Oh, and now I can't move the game window. That's also interesting. There we go. Did it just... No, I did do the thing. That's awkward. I hate this. Settings. Graphics. Apply. Okay, now the window is the right size again. Yeah, so FPS is suddenly limited to 90. You were able to set it to 120 yesterday. But they patched that out. And they mentioned this in the patch notes, but they gave no explanation as to why. It's only like, hey, by the way, we reduced the maximum FPS cap from 120 to 90 FPS. So I'm just going to assume that it probably has something to do with some physics things that may not work as intended. But yeah, I don't know. We're going to find out. Why? Oh god, okay. There we go. We don't do a new game, we continue. Oh, we actually had frame drops during the loading here. Okay, do we have sound? We do have some sound. Good. Oh, and I'm getting shots. Okay, this is dumb. We can just restart, I guess. No? Oh, the user interface is still like mega loud. I hate this. User interface volume. Does this actually change nothing, maybe? Let's just put this to 0. Yeah, that's why this is so loud. Because the setting does nothing. Hi, Panzer. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, fuck you. Hi, Olive. I hope you can avoid the shotguns today. Please don't do something like this without confirming. Good, so all our audio settings are messed up now. So we're just gonna have to fiddle around with this while live. I love that. Hmm. 3 people. But close enough. Okay, we're just gonna have to figure out if the game is too loud. Just let me know and I can turn things around. So I still have no idea if there's any counterplay for the underwater eels. So we're just gonna keep on trying and maybe get somewhere. And hopefully don't die. I see item. Yep. Hi, Adu. No, I did not discover the swimming by accident. I just was not finding any way to progress in this area and just jumped in and then found out we were able to swim. I also found these... No, actually, I wasn't... I can't open the inventory. I wasn't finding a way on how to progress in this area. And then I realized I had these potions that you can see on the bottom left, the black ones. And they said that they would give you more oxygen while diving, which basically told me, okay, you can actually dive in this game, so just jump into the water and figured out that you can actually swim. I pressed all the buttons and realized C, which is the duck button, actually makes you able to dive. And yeah, the problem is there are like some big creatures down here, which just work the way big creatures do in Subnautica, meaning they just eat you and there's no way to fight back. Hi Gamero, hi Tix, indeed. Shall I show it to you? I had a deep dive into the Steam forums for this game today. Let me show you. So, there have been quite a few accusations of... It's fine if I'm dying. We can't just go there again. There have been quite a few accusations of this game stealing animations from Elden Ring. And I'm just going to show you this and then I'm going to tell you a bit more. So this video probably speaks for itself. Like on the left here, this is from this game, this is from Soft Games. It gets better. Look at this. I didn't realize then when we were fighting these guys yesterday. Melania is in here too. And this is the boss we fought yesterday. Yeah. So the thing is, it's sadly a common practice that people rip assets and animations from popular games and resell them in the Epic Store. And I'm not saying Epic Game Store because I'm talking about the store where the people that build games in the Unreal Engine can buy ready assets for to build their games. And so the developer of this game claims that they bought a lot of assets from that store, of course, and that the animations they are using here are part of the packages they have bought. Nobody has been able to link to a package containing these animations that are used here on said storefront. However, the account that has, there's an account that had already multiple takedowns for packages that they uploaded because of copyright infringements. And they still have packages up that clearly have ripped animations from, example, Bloodborne or other Souls games. So the developer might just have bought one of those packages containing these assets from the shop and legally obtained them. That's certainly a possible explanation for what has happened. But of course, it's not the only explanation, and people are just jumping at each other's throats over this now. So that's another interesting thing around this game. Apparently, the developers have also not had the best discourse in their Discord on how to address these things. And also something they changed, apparently, are the icons we saw yesterday. If we go to perks, yeah. Can I... This UI is still utter garbage. Yeah, as you can see, we have different icons now. So... yeah, the character fits the screen. In fact, that is true. But also the perks have what's basically just screenshots of in-game assets now instead of the painted images we had yesterday. Because the images that were in here yesterday were generated by generative AI. The developers were called out for that on Twitter and only said, oh yeah, we are going to replace those. Period. Like they said 1 or 2 more sentences. But that's it. So these have been replaced now as well. About the animations, I have no idea what the status is at the moment. Again, I just read through the Steam community forums where people were actually just getting banned left and right because they were throwing profanities around. Like half of the comments you read have in red parentheses besides the name banned. So I don't know what's happening there. So, yeah. We'll see what else this has in store for us in case of drama. I don't know if the abilities were just vectors anyway. Yeah, and I think, yeah, they said they also changed some of the item descriptions to make them easier understandable. I don't see that though. Apparently they also patched the glitch we had yesterday where our torch was held in our weapon hand even when we had it stashed away. I don't know. Tix is questioning her reality. Yeah, Gamero, that's how gambling works. You can't guarantee anything. And is there anything else? I don't know if there's anything else. Hi Anna, how are you doing? Oh, we have an ability splinter too. Oh, and I have actually loads of crystals I can't do anything with. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to check was the... No, the video previews are still missing, okay. Yes, I'm just going to ignore these guys. Yeah, understandable ticks. Like there's an argument to be made for minimal UI, but there's also an argument to be made for usability and readability. And both of those are hurting quite a lot in this instance. But I have already paid for the game and I can't refund it anymore, so we might as well see how far this goes. Like how long this is, if it gets worse, if it gets better. If the combat system evolves in any way, because the way it is right now, it's really lackluster. It's like 20 years behind the industry. Like the combat system we have in here right now is basically the combat system from one of the first RPG games I ever played. Of course, that is ignoring like the dodging system and stuff. I just mean that in general how you attack enemies and how you deal damage. And weapons basically don't having a Can I not use? Okay. Apparently you can't use the diving potion underwater. And we are losing all our frames. But apparently maybe don't even need them either. They supposedly also fixed some of the movement issues on gamepad, now that I remember. It doesn't work from here either. So you can move like with full 360 degrees of freedom on controller instead of being limited to 8 directions. You have to drink it before you go into the water, I guess. The frames are really... Like, what's this frame timing? Everything is dying now. Now even OBS can't keep up anymore. But my GPU isn't maxed out, my CPU is basically idling. Memory is empty. Like my GPU is at like 70% right now. The game is just dying. Hi Aslo. The artist is linked in the about section beneath the stream. I don't think we have a command for this, but it's all from Meow's stream shop. Oh, I'm dying, I guess. Now we have to do it again. Because there's nothing I can do about that. Hi John, guten Morgen. I guess we can dump one of the potions now. We could also maybe get up to the other side and put a homunculus there, so we have to not walk as far every time. Hello and greetings. Oh, I see. The exception is the other seal emotes, the two we have, like the wow and the ding dong. Those I made myself. Oh, there's a ladder here. I don't think I've seen this before. There's another ladder here. Can I... Oh, there's nothing here. Yeah, the wow is basically the first... the first emote I ever made. And then I made Ding Dong... Oops. And then I made Ding Dong, and then I didn't take any time to draw anything anymore, just because I was busy with other stuff. I don't even have the tablet connected or configured on this PC at the moment. My drawing tablet, I mean. Oh, the thing with the torch is not fixed, okay. I hate this. Don't run away. Yeah, it was like the first emote of the channel and the first emote I made. And people have been adamant about me not removing it, which is why we still have it, even though it's not that often used. Come on. Yeah, they even have the same color, don't they, John? As the ones that you are thinking of. Hit your friend, please. Thank you. Empt card. That's a new one. Okay, question is, do I put my homunculus here? Or do I put my homunculus on the bridge? I don't know if I can put my homunculus down in the water, because I wasn't able to do anything in the water, basically. Let's put it on the bridge. It seems to be more reasonable. Oh wait, we can actually just do this here. This is almost the same spot. Yeah, that's fine. Let's try. Cannot be placed with hostiles nearby. Okay. Let's remove the hostiles then. Spamming tab, which is lock on. Ooh, okay, we found someone there. That's not who I wanted. Okay. Good. Then let's try again. There we go. My wobbly thing. Then we put this away. Then we drink one of these. And we yeet. Yeah, look at our oxygen meter now. And I also have an indicator for it, but the frames are going deep, deep down again. Okay, and the top left beneath my stamina, I see the icon for the potion. I don't see it like fading or anything, so it's probably just gonna disappear at some point. Also, why can't I? Okay. This is sprinting speed. Holy shit. Okay, is there something I can change for specifically underwater? I mean, first of all, we can try to limit it to 60 instead. Motion blurs off, blah blah blah. No, there's nothing really specifically for underwater, so we're just gonna have to deal with this. I mean, I can try to turn on dynamic resolution. Doesn't seem to change anything. Well, let's not waste time. Oh yeah, and I can't open my inventory here, can I? Would love to change my rings, because I have a ring that improves my maximum stamina, which would be really helpful here. Oh, hi. Is this your tail? Suppose it is. I'm just going to assume without any reason for having this assumption that you're not going to see me if I swim past your tail. This frame rate feels like I'm playing World of Warcraft on a PC without a dedicated graphics card again. Holy shit. Oh, I can't go in here. Like, what's happening with the frame rate? And now suddenly it's fine again? What? Yeah, maybe it is just the draw distance. I guess... Oh, there's an item. Okay, I can't see anything that's happening because it's lagging so hard. Now it's... What is this? This is so random. Like, it's like PowerPoint and then it's suddenly incredibly smooth again. I mean, the user interface is still lagging. Yeah, it's probably just the enemies, as you say. I also have to like constantly spam C to change the direction that I'm swimming in, because if I just press forward, I just move in a horizontal plane. Like, I can't turn the camera and swim where I'm looking. Like, I can only turn as if I would be standing on a platter. I can't turn vertically. How much did Amt lose? Oh, there's fish. I'm gonna be so annoyed if this fish eats me now. Oh, there's another one. Come on! What the fuck is this? What am I supposed to do from here? Like, I need to go there. But there are fish on both sides. And my potion ran out, and I can't drink another, and I can't open my inventory. $1,800, that's a lot. 800, I mean. Yeah, they certainly had a good vision for their world design, artistically. And I think you could generally maybe also say they had a good vision for the game overall. It's just not ready. Okay, I found the edge of the map, I guess. And now? Are we done? Wait, is there something? I don't know if this is intended. Oh, this is intended. We are in Metal Gear Solid 2 now. I have 2 healing potions equipped each now. I need my scissors. Orb. Recalibration successful. And now? Well, I guess I'm packing this one in. I guess we're done here then? Question mark? Yeah, that didn't look like a very ponderous orb. There was nothing to see, it was completely opaque. Okay, but what we just saw wants me to try something. If I go into my backpack, into my potions, and I say equip belt 2 and equip belt 3, does this mean... Wait. No, okay, so weird. So the game showed me something that's not possible. Equip belt 1. I guess maybe I could do multiple levels of the potions in different belt spots. I also don't know why it allows me to put stuff into belt slot 3, even though I only have 2. I also don't know if I can just hit respawn and be fine, or if we need to, like, walk back up. I'm just not gonna risk it. I don't know if there was another way up other than the tower. Might be just the tower. Other than death, of course. I guess we should maybe try to talk our handler then. Because it's like the only character we were able to properly interact with in any meaningful while. And I suppose what we did was somehow related to a main story that might exist in this game. I think we also have 2 ability crystals now, or splinters, or whatever they're called. Yeah. I don't really know what we do with those. Oh wait, is it? Wait. This is not working. Goodbye. Don't we character abilities? Oh, we can just do that here. Dragon Breath. Convert 1 flux to 1 health for the duration of the cast. Int increases speed of conversion. Okay. While out of combat, become fully invisible for 5 seconds. Intelligence increases duration. Stun all nearby allies. Okay, we get a free hit. Power armor. Summon an elemental. Based on your int. Bash deckwards, leaving caltrops. Face forward, damning enemies in front of you. Damage is based on int. Okay, so like, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 8 abilities scale specifically with int. Also, why is there an FPS counter here now? I didn't enable that. This Dragon Breath seems like it should have some scaling too, because otherwise, where does the damage come from? Because it says it's damages enemies and leaving a debuff on them, and doesn't explain what the debuff is. And it doesn't show in the preview video either. That's an elemental. Okay. Video preview missing. I don't know that I want to invest in any of those abilities at the moment. Like everything that scales within seems to be probably not worthwhile to invest in at the moment. And I don't understand others. Greetings. Let's go to block. Oh, FPS go down to 0. Let me actually see if there's something I accidentally changed here, because I don't know that I did. Like, why do I have an FPS counter now? I also don't know when that even started happening. Was this when I No. Well, I guess we just have an FPS counter and frame lag indicator now. Reminds me of email templates I fucked up before. Fields that I'm supposed to replace, but I've forgotten once or twice and I sent an email like that. Yeah. Also the same with PowerPoint slides where there's still like a sticky note on like, hey, we need to change this or that, and it makes its way into the final presentation even after multiple people reviewed the slides. Shit happens. Yeah, about project for location. Yeah, I don't know what key I might have hit that enabled this green FPS counter, but we're just gonna have to live with it now.
There is one module left to recalibrate. Unfortunately, the data leaking from the anomaly is still too corrupted to read.
The dialogue is also like mega quiet still.
Surveillance net has taken note of ripples with particularly long wavelengths unusually coming into existence. I believe it's a sign of intruders, particularly dangerous ones that are not of our timeline. I am not sure I understand what exactly is going on here. I suppose we are yet to learn the true definition of something anomalous.
Can she do anything? No. She is still useless, apparently. I have so much upgrade material, but she can't do anything with it. Oh, we can embed crystals now. But crystals break. We already learned that. Okay. So these literally work like WoW crystals. Leech weapon damage as stamina. Now that's interesting. That's something I haven't seen before. Plus weapon weight. Okay. Leech weapon damage as flux. Damage to chance to inflict decay. So we have multiple slots. We have 3 slots open right now, which means we could also potentially stack crystals. And we can also farm them. Farm, he said. He meant craft. Yeah, and we can craft quite a lot of them, actually. Like between 5 and 11, depending on what we want. Oh, and they also have different effects if they're in an armor or if they're in a weapon. Ooh, okay, wait, so if we go for our... Also, it doesn't show me what armor I have equipped and which I don't have equipped. That's also very unfortunate. But I know, for example, I have this helmet on. And it has 2 slots open. And this actually raises intelligence, which would be good. This one raises intelligence too, okay. If I wanted to use the abilities. Is there a way for me by now to understand what the different stats actually do? That doesn't seem to be the case. Let me see if I can find that out. Surely someone has tested this already, right? There we go. So, strength increases base weapon damage and critical damage. And it reduces weight penalties and penalties to great weapons speed, caps at 45. Agility increases critical chance and increases maximum stamina slightly. And lowers character visibility, also caps at 45. Intellect increases our maximum flux, which is our mana, and greatly increases all ability damage, also capping at 45. And Constitution increases max health and stagger resistance. Okay. So it looks like strength with the weapon we have at the moment would be the best, because it reduces the... Basically, it increases damage, crit damage, and makes it so we can wield our great weapon easier and faster. Of course, it would be interesting to see the crit chance increases and crit damage increases in percentage, but I don't think that's something we have yet. Let me see if this page has more info. No, it's copy-paste, exactly the same. Okay, they just stole the content. Okay. So I guess mainly strength and constitution then, I suppose. Just a big bonk tank build, which seems to be the easiest to do because of the overabundance of healing that we have. Like, if I can just tank stuff and heal, why would I spec into things that would need me to avoid things and dodge things if I can just tank and heal? Just seems inefficient. So let's just invest some stuff. And it seems we have enough resources that I also don't need to worry about, like, wasting crystals and stuff. Actually, let's do our armor first. Let's go for our helmet. Let's put maybe some strength crystals in this. Here, strength, strength. Okay, let's see maybe what they need to be crafted. So I have the... I can't even tell what they are. They don't have names. I just see the icons. This says lesser anomalous crystal in armor gains strength. Yeah, and it's pretty cheap to make. The other thing... I can't... Also, you can't back out of the menus. You can only go completely back. Like, what the fuck? Oh no, return to C. Okay. Good. But then this we can put in. 2 of them. Accept changes. Ah, okay. And then the others here, where we have the white slots, I can just override them. So these give max health plus, but I can also... Okay. I see. Oh, good, then do this. And what do we have here again? Like, I feel leech is something you would want to stack to make it efficient, to make it worthwhile. The same with, like, chance to inflict status effects. I don't know what decay does. I don't know how armor penetration works. Chance to silence. Okay. It also doesn't tell us how long those status effects linger. And again, anything with percent chance to inflict something doesn't really make sense with a slow and heavy weapon like what I'm using. I would rather put this on something that's quick to strike. I don't know why we would increase our weapon weight. Why is that something we would want to do? And I have a sharp weapon. Do we just put sharp armor penetration on the... Oh, I touched a button and it did something. I don't know what button I touched. Space. Why is space confirming? Okay. Okay, she said something, but she didn't say anything useful, by the way. She said we had basically found one of two things that we need to recalibrate, and that she doesn't know where the other thing is because things are weird. That's basically the full extent. So we're back here now and have to remember where we haven't been yet and where we might be able to go. Ooh. Enjoy, champs. The show and the pizza. Looking forward to see you later. Oh. Oh, you just fall over. Wait, this is the area which leads to the big boy, isn't it? Yeah. We've been through that. Thank you. I definitely need it. I don't know where to go. Oh, is this the labyrinth thing we were in yesterday? Oh, there's a big boy. I don't recognize this though.
Nice.
That scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the follow. Ah yes, we died here. Because we came from this end. And that guy always got me. So we have a fat door here. And item. Okay, well we can't proceed here. Okay, I guess we deal with you. Keep with me. Oh, I missed. This is so weird. No. I didn't. I also didn't read anything about it in the patch notes. I also only read reports from other players that were like, I have no idea what the fuck am I supposed to do. It just doesn't work. Like, I don't see where there would be any weak spot. I don't see that its health bar goes down. And now it just put its arm on its shoulder and I lost half my health bar.
Nice.
And they just completely regain all of their health in their feet as well. It doesn't... Oh, there's stairs. Either if you fail the mount or if you just leave them alone. It's mega weird. But thinking about it, I think I also figured out how enemies traverse the game world. Like I said jokingly yesterday, that they fit through everything where you fit through. And I think that's actually just what's happening. Like they just have no hitbox with anything. They just walk on the floor. And there's no collision checks for them with the environment. There was a patch note that said something along the lines that enemies don't spawn in the environment anymore, like in geometry. But they didn't address them just walking through geometry, I think. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, funnily enough, that's like one of the comparisons that I read about, hey, this is how you do it in Dragon's Dogma, for example. But I've never played Dragon's Dogma. And again, the game gave me a tutorial for this mechanic, but the tutorial wasn't enough to have me understand what the game wants from me. Okay, we've been here yesterday already. In this area. And I don't know if there's maybe another exit. I also still am confused that the climbing mechanic hasn't come back yet. Like there was exactly one spot where it was introduced and used, and since then it's not been used at all anymore. Yeah, they just have like 6 different kinds of enemies that randomly run around this, where they just copy-paste corridors and expect you to find your way around. Like this is similar to the sewer section we had earlier, where everything was just quarter shaped pillars arranged in a chess pattern with enemies randomly thrown in between in an otherwise empty room. And was like, hey, by the way, here, this is your level to traverse now. Where I put my... Wait. There we go. Oh. I don't even see your health bar. Oh, there it is. It's quite a lot, actually. I couldn't run past you or roll past you, okay. I was also still locked onto the dead enemy. Holy shit. Well, there was nothing here for us anyway, since this is an area we have been in before already. I truly do not know where the game wants me to go.
Farewell.
So this path leads us back to the sewers, which lead us back to the water area. And I think if I walked straight, it also just brought me to the same area, but in a roundabout way. What is here? Oh, there's fire from the get-go. I don't know if we've been here from this side at least. And containers. Let's see. Oh. That's one of those barely visible enemies that I mentioned yesterday, just randomly floating around and damaging you. Oh, hi. No feedback at all, just dies. Enjoy, John. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, this is at least an area we haven't been in before. Stop it. No ambush? Okay. Okay, there's a ladder here. Oh, it's another giant ladder again. This game really likes those. Oh, fucking hell no. Why are we playing Alt F4 now? Why? This is one of the Souls games with the worst movement. And this is what you're gonna have me do? Okay. I know where I'm gonna put my homunculus. I already don't know where I'm going anymore. I might just be going up where I came from. I'm not sure. No, there are enemies here. But it pretty much looks like this is the same, just from the other side. Shock arrows. What? Oh god. That just took half my health. I'm pretty sure we've been here before. There's the big guy on the bridge. No, not really. Game hasn't really explained anything, so fucking hell so far. And I don't think it's trying to. Yeah, I've definitely been here before. There's an item there. There's actually like a transparent enemy that you can barely see. And there's no way to interact with it other than getting damaged whenever you're near it. It's like the floating ghosts in the... what's the fight again? It's not called the Fear. The other one. The Sorrow. In the Sorrow fight in MGS3. Just that you can barely see them actually. Like, I'm all for a interconnected world design. But this whole place is just a maze. Like, you have 6 different ways to go everywhere. And so instead of making progress, you just walk in a circle. We're like back at the start now. And this wouldn't be so bad if it was actually... if there were proper landmarks and stuff to orientate yourself. But everything uses the same color scheme. And everything... it just looks the same. Now, we've been through this yesterday too. No, map is not a thing. Like, I heard someone compare this to Dark Souls 1, but the thing in Dark Souls 1 was if you found a different way somewhere, it was typically that there was like maybe one other way to get there, and it must probably also like a proper shortcut. Yeah, like these things damage me if you saw what I just walked past there. Like, it doesn't even have a texture really, it has a face. But you can see it there if I move the camera a bit. Just hunched over, floating in midair. If you touch those things, you just take damage. But yeah, this is just like the whole game is like a giant maze and everything looks the same. So good luck actually finding your way through things. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm not supposed to go here. Oh, I guess we take this. Yeah, and was the same for the starting area. There are like 5 different paths you can take. And they all just lead you in a circle. And it doesn't help that there's nothing actually rewarding the exploration. Like in a traditional Souls-like, you would at least have gained runes or items that are useful. But almost all the equipment we've gotten were just random enemy drops up until this point. Like, there's one instance I remember where I picked up armor that was actually located as like a drop in a location. And there's no leveling system in this. Like, all your stats come from your equipment. And also the wild enemy mixtures we get here also seem like they come actually like from different games. Like, there's no artistic coherence in what we're fighting really yet. And it doesn't seem to make any narrative sense either. Just random scary things with random farming or mining implements in their hands. in an environment where these tools are completely out of place as well. Like, why would they have pitchforks here? I haven't seen a single space of fertile land here. It's all asphalt. It's all old sci-fi stuff. Why are there pitchforks here? Like, I would understand if they were hitting me, like, with whatever. Police batons or signs, like street signs, poles, whatever. Oh, my stamina's empty. Goodbye, I guess. I was gonna say when we're here before as well, but no, it's just the same village asset. Do I have like an arrow stuck in me? I do. Now it's gone. Oh, it's another one of those. Cool. We love those. Ring of Evasion. Ring of Evasion has the ability Ring of Evasion. With a preview video missing. Reduce the cost of dashes by 25%. No thank you. Okay, so we did find an item here. But I fear that this is actually all we're going to find here and that there's nothing else. And that this whole expedition was just for this ring. There's a red light there, but I don't know how to get there. This also looks like the rail track that I walked on yesterday before Scholzi raided, where we went into an area we were not supposed to be in because it had no enemies, missing assets, and we were just able to go out of bounds. I don't remember how to get there though. Oh, hi. Camera just deceived me there. More upgrade material I can't use. I can't change... I don't know where the stat thing is from. I don't know how it was enabled. I don't know how to disable it. It just appeared. And they patched it so that the max FPS is now 100 and not 120 anymore. The max FPS is 90 now. But they didn't provide any explanation as to why they made that change. They just made it so. And I guess we're not even getting 90 here. And it was incredibly bad earlier when I was underwater, where the game would just come to a complete halt at points. We were in like single-digit FPS. But yeah, I don't know how to disable the FPS counter. Yeah, that's what I was suspecting when I talked about this earlier. That it was probably a physics thing. Wait, that's it? This ladder is just here to lead me into nothing? For arrows? Let's try something. Character, abilities, dash. Yes. No. Okay, I can't get through this with dash. So this whole area is just another big waste. Come on. I mean, I recognize at least 2 places where I know where I've seen things that I haven't been able to get to. One is like the big red glowing area that we saw earlier with the swinging platforms, which I think I'm backtracking to now. And then we had the other area near the sewers yesterday, where there was one of the big guys down in an arena, accompanied by Humunculus. And that part I actually just don't want to get back to because the whole area there is just pain. It's just annoying. Let's see if we can do anything from here. Errands on a Sunday. I'm sorry for you, Gamero, but good luck and thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to go to. But I don't know. Oh, God. And it's another one of those invisible things. It looks like if I was able to actually get under this, I would be able to drop down onto that platform. But come on, and I'm not dead. Ah, I see. Yeah, but I can't, like the cables here are just blocking me. What's happening with the camera? And I only have the one ladder I just came up from, and I have stairs on both sides here that lead up again. And I don't see another ladder, I think. So maybe that area is just a tease or something we would get to from somewhere else. Which makes it... Oh, there's an item over there. But that makes this whole expedition worthless. So we just went in a circle again. And all we got was the ring of evasion and a few arrows. Oh. Sequence breaking. What? That killed me? Why? Oh, come on. The fall damage of this is so weird. Does anyone remember which direction I went to? Because I don't. I just remember we ran into fire quite early. We actually dropped something when we died, which is... Ah, here. Interesting, because I think it only happened both times we fell to our death. It never happened when we just died in combat, I think. I've been trying to pay attention to that ever since we dropped something on death yesterday when I fell in the tower. In the deluge. Oh yeah, I forgot about those guys. I'm slow as hell. Camera? Enemy? What? Did you just phase through the wall? Wait, this is where I came from. Okay. Also, typically when I play other games like these, I'm always tense when I go anywhere. Because I don't want to fail and die. But in this game, there's no such tenseness at all, because it feels like there's actually like nothing you lose when you die. Other than you have to start over. But then the enemies are all also just a walk in the park. So... Or they just do that. So it's not like you wouldn't be able to easily go back to where you came from. It's just annoying. I'm just floating now. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, we drop ammo. Okay. Okay, so this is a dead end from this side, but there was an enemy here. So it's somewhat intended to be here. I don't know. Oh, we've been here before too. Okay. Yeah, this is where we were earlier. And I would have to like go up all of the ladders again, walk through all of those enemies again. Oh boy, let me just do this. What? Okay, and I didn't fall to my death. I guess I should just hit respawn next time. Okay, so I have no idea where to go. We're officially completely lost. The game is giving me no guidance at all. It's literally saying I can't tell you where to go. See ya, Gamero. Thank you. Oh, I haven't been to this part yet, actually. At least there are items to pick up. I need to change this. This is mega annoying. Yeah. Having to reach all across the keyboard every time to sheath and unsheath your weapon. That's actually useful key because of the stamina consumption disappearing when you don't have your weapon equipped. At least when it comes to sprinting. Jumping doesn't consume stamina anyway, looks like. Oh no, it does when you sprint and jump. Interesting. Oh hi, you don't take fire damage? Stuck already? Chairs? Boxes? Oh, looks mostly like the same chair model. I clearly missed something somewhere. Clearly missed something. So here. Can't climb anything. As I said earlier, the climbing system has just been abandoned from the start. So weird. Pretty sure this is the same area we've been through a few times already. And this is also not intended. This is so weird. I'm just gonna try it out. There's nothing else that I can see or we can do here anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and we just die. I don't understand the fall damage in this. I don't. We've tried to go down there already as well. What if we try to go to the blue light there? Oh, hi. Why are we not picking stuff up from enemies automatically? I don't see a reason ever not to pick anything up. Why do I have to do that myself? Okay, this is just nothing. Okay. There are at least items here, I guess. Where are we? Oh, cool, yeah. In fact, I just went in a circle again. Just at exactly the spot. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Walk somewhere in the hopes of making progress, but just come... Oh, a bench. Hi, baked dog. Baked goods. That's a way to write that. It's... How do I answer that question? It's less that I'm enjoying the game and more trying to find out where the good game is hidden in this, because I haven't found it yet. Like, just look at what's happening right now with the enemy just being stuck in the environment. Like, the game has no challenge. The game has incredibly many bugs. It doesn't have a usable user interface. The combat system, when it comes to attacking itself, is very lacking. This is a system I'm not even going to engage with because it appears to be broken. And yeah, I feel this is a game that would have needed like 1 or 2 more years at least of playtesting and polishing before it should have been brought out and sold for money. Hi, Travis. How are you doing? Oh yeah, he came back. Oh. Okay, that I haven't seen before, ever. So that's new. Yeah, but we don't lose anything on death, so we just walk back there. About to go WoW raiding. Good luck with that. Are you raiding with your guild, or are you just raiding with Raid Finder randos, if that's still a thing? Raiding with guildies, I see. Last time when I was raiding, everyone was still using TeamSpeak. Wait, this is not where a... Well... I was under the impression I was going to where I died, but that appeared to be not the case. Just going somewhere else entirely, which I guess works for me. Ah, okay, I recognize where we are. Oh, I messed up my timing. Wait, I recognize this. I've been here before as well. This is where we found the armor earlier. I don't remember where this brought us to, though. This might have been the elevator that was just endlessly long? No. I don't remember, actually. Maybe we just died yesterday when we came here, because we had one of those big boys again. That are just mega tanky and kill you in 1 or 2 hits. Yup. How he's moving also looks so fucking weird. He looks like comically sped up. Maybe that's also something that the frame rate is missing with. Oh, speaking of the frame rate counter disappeared. And I don't know why. It's gone. The frame rate and the rendering counter. Like, this enemy just floats over the ground. Its animation speed is not matching its movement speed. It looks like it's on ice skates. Yeah, we definitely haven't proceeded through here. This long, empty corridor with copy, paste, everything. And then a few enemies thrown in. That just seem to have unlimited aggro range. Let me guess, at the end of this we go somewhere we've been before as well. Because that's how the last 2 hours of this have been. Trying to make progress, but actually just running in circles. What? I took damage, okay. Just wanted to pick this item up. Shock arrows, okay. Oh, big boys. Wait, is this a boss? No. This looks like a friendly faction, but they're not interacting because I have enemies on my butt. Oh, I'm dead. Can I talk to you?
I hope you don't
can.
judge what you see. We both know justice exists only between those equal in strength. As it stands,
Royal Division Captain Julia.
the weak suffer what they must. I'll speak frankly with you. This population is lost. The corruption spreads from the anomaly, and even our soldiers are infected. As for the citizens, they're strange to begin with. This crusade has gone on for too long yet. It seems as if you only
Okay, the dialogue is not really making any sense at all.
I miss the wind. Cold air weaving its way around you as you take in the horizon. To guide by authority, to graft tradition onto peace, to bestow mercy upon the conquered, to wage war on the proud made. I do not merely rely on you, I trust in you.
How do you trust me? We just met. You've been monologuing at me.
The Sadgar occupation of the gate is only a part of the problem. We also have to deal with the corruption from beyond. Farewell.
What? And now? What's the purpose of this?
Farewell.
Okay, she's done with me. There was a lever. Well. Was it? Oh, hi. I have to remember how it got there. But actually, let me talk to the handler quickly. Might be that this already helped. No.
Farewell.
Oh! Stop. Okay. I think it was this way. Yeah, because I also died here earlier and tried to get back to my corpse, but instead made progress somehow. Do those environmental drops just respawn? Or do I actually just miss so many? And my attack isn't working anymore. There we go. This is where I died earlier. And I don't think we've been in this door before. I've been trying to put my weapon away. Oh, we have been in this. Definitely. Ring of Travel. Again? Okay, I needed to hit my left button twice so that he would actually pull out the weapon. Okay, good. I recognize this. Oh. Good old sludge. The Ring of Gluttony just feels way too strong. Yeah, I sometimes have arrows stuck in me. And also we sometimes have enemies spawning in the geometry, even though they said they patched that. I mean, having the arrow stuck in you is something that's very common in most games these days. You get shot and the arrows just linger. I mean, I guess we're going places. I couldn't do anything there. Oh, interesting. I'm stuck. Can we not continue this? Where are you now? I don't know where the enemy is. There we are. Oh no. Ooh, this is bad. Okay, just... I can't... What the fuck? For the rest of the game? Oh, that sounds incredibly unfortunate. I don't know what happened there to the movement. I was pressing back and... so I was pressing A and S, but my character still just walked sideways instead of backwards, which was weird. Can't really explain what happened there. Oh, we have this bug again. Let's interact with it, otherwise it will never disappear. Also, the UI sound volume slider does nothing to this sound, which is fun. Should have checked what the Ring of Travel does before I started running in here. Oh no, that's this. Probably something like reducing stamina consumption while running or something similar. We didn't go down here, I think. Oh, but I recognize this. This just leads me to a room with an endless... Oh? Oh, there are stairs here. Never mind. Okay, I've completely lost the orientation. I think we're just back in the dumb labyrinth. Yes, we are. God. Now we go up to the bridge with the door that we can't open because there's no way to interact with it. We should be able to go up here though. Oh, wait, there are no stairs. How did I get up there earlier? Just want to get back to where we got nuked so I can see what this switch does for us. But I can't find my way back up there. Stairs at least. Ooh. Oh, I guess this is the corridor where I died last time and now I just came in from the other side. Another circle. Love those. Well, this is not going to help me. This is just going to bring me back to the start, isn't it? And with the start, I mean the start of the game. Can I check what the Ring of Travel does now? Ring of Travel has the ability Ring of Travel. Out of combat speed is always 100? What does the game think is out of combat though? That's even one of the teleport spots. Oh, it's this. Ah, good. Well, not good. Good is something entirely different. Okay, let's test the ring. If the game lets me. Okay, so we go here, we go here, we go here and here. I don't know. You don't give me an indication of what's right or left or right, because it's just top and down. Okay. Okay, this doesn't... So first of all, it is a lie, because if I just press W, that's our speed, and if I press Shift as well, this is our speed, and if I then dash, this is our speed. So we are not always at 100%. Let's see how the speed changes if we get attacked by something. Not at all. So do they mean... Oh, now we slow down. Okay. Because there is a difference between... Oh, and this is where I needed to go. There's a difference between in combat and out of combat, because in combat they also don't let me put down the homunculus and they don't let me open my inventory or crafting menu. Okay. Can we switch weapons to something that actually deals damage? Thank you. Good, and then let me switch this ring again to something that's actually helping us. Wait, where's my... Yeah. Nope. You were quicker than I was anticipating. Okay, the elevator is here. Let's see if I can put a homunculus down at the top of the elevator. No. What does this enemy do now that it's aggroed? It's not coming down. Not being able to look up is really annoying. I would also love to be able to have like a potion on Q and the ability on E, but I don't see how I can do that. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a way to like properly switch between this quickly. These are just ridiculous. How are you supposed to fight them? The attacks just come out way too fast. I don't understand. Like, it's completely different than all other enemies in this game. Everything else is just an absolute pushover, and then these guys are just way too fast. Guess if I can't put a homunculus there, what the hell? What? What are you stuck on? I can't put a homunculus there, we're just gonna have to run past shit again. Oh. Can you please do the thing? I have 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, just not putting my weapon out. Okay, I needed to click left 8 times. Oh, and now we're dead. Like, I definitely had full stamina. My character not pulling the weapon out even though I pressed the button multiple times. Was not a stamina problem. At least the elevator should be down now, so we can just step on it, I guess. Go. Nope. Why do you say area's unstable still? Now we have hostiles. Actually still on my butt. This is so fun. And again, I'm stuck on nothing. We love to see that. I mean, it's not as bad as yesterday when we were just stuck on stairs and couldn't walk up the stairs. I completely forgot to put that on the shit list. Oh, I can put my homunculus down here. Does this mean the enemies despawned? Or ran away this time? Can we talk again? Oh no, they're gone now. No, there you are.
Farewell.
Farewell. There was nothing here, right? Oh, there's stairs here, actually. And enemies. Okay, okay, okay. So we can progress here. It's going, I guess. We've been making progress, but it's not been very rewarding. Hi, honey. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You changed your name. You're not Honey anymore. Roasty Toasty Anka. Let's see if this is a proper shortcut that we can activate. I would love for that to be the case. Okay, new area loading because everything stopped. Indeed. Okay. Holy shit, the frames, they're all going. And we're going down. Deep, deep down. Okay, we found a proper homunculus. We found another area. This almost looks like outside with plants and stuff. But now I want to go back and... Wait, but the thing automatically replenished my homunculus, so I can't even just teleport back to the one that I put down. Oh, come on. Okay, well, we can teleport back here anytime. This is the machinarium then, I suppose. So we just go back up the elevator and go up to the other building that we saw up the stairs first. Diddles changed to portals. Breakfast Enjoyer Dice changed to Breakfast Enjoyer, and Honey Roast Anchor changed to Roasty Toasty Anchor. What was your name before Honey Roast Anchor, Honey? I remember you changed it to Honey Roast Anchor after you learned that Anchor was... Was it just Honey Roast Duck? Because you learned it was a duct, yes, and people thought it was duck. Yeah. Yeah, and James/Conrad changed like multiple times. It changed from James Conrad to Sir Lee James Conrad to I have a huge ass, and maybe something else in between that I forgot about. Yeah, that's typically something you can trigger streamers with, is people just changing their name colors. Specifically, people switching name colors or something. Because name colors and badges are one of the easiest things to identify who you're talking to with a quick glance, which is typically what you're doing. While you're playing a game, you just look quickly over to chat and try to respond to people. So you just go with quick pattern matching. And if people all just change their name colors, this becomes a lot harder because your brain is just going confused. Funny thing is that I don't know...
the name color Schultzy Nodders.
Can I jump this? Why would I jump this? There doesn't seem to be anything in me for me other than death. I didn't know everyone's name color from the top of my head, but I would notice if they changed. Yeah, that's the thing. Your brain gets used to stuff, and then when stuff changes, it's like, wait, something isn't how it's supposed to be. Also, this enemy just walked into me and kept pushing me. What the fuck? I keep getting upgrade material that I can't use because my handler is like, I don't know how to use this. And we're stuck on a staircase again. Come on. I also think that enemies actually drop more items than are being shown in the inventory update. Because anytime I look over... Oh, fucking hell. What the fuck is... Oh, I hate this game so much. It was one other of those invisible enemies that just drain your life when you're close to them, but it was also staggering me, so I couldn't move, so I was stuck in the enemy and couldn't actually get out of the damage, so I tried to roll, but yeah. Why is the interact button not working? Why can't I pull the... Oh, I only need to do it 10 times. Wait, what? It wasn't there. I looked and... Oh, God. I guess it didn't work because it was coming down. Can we do that again? Is it coming down? It very much looks stuck, but I can't... Now it works, okay. And yes, those things are meant to wobble, as dumb as they are. And I can only tell you that with certainty because there are pre-rendered videos in this previewing certain things where they also wobble like that. My legs are stuck in the thing. Like he's just half sitting in midair. I'm just afraid that I'm gonna fall through. But now everything is black and I don't see anything. And everything is lagging. Ah, okay, we're back up here again. Okay, so to prevent this from happening again... What do you mean with hostiles nearby? Who's hostile to me here? There we go. I thought it was a ladder, it's just foliage. Let's actually check my inventory before we continue. I can't. The game just says no. Oh, now I can. Backpack, weapons. Let's have a look. Maybe we found something. No. We found a bow. And that bow deals more damage. We found 2 bows, in fact. And it does more damage than my main... What the fuck is that? Goodbye, I guess. What? Is that a user interface I'm supposed to be able to read? Metal arrows, 6 of 6. It's just floating there now. Okay, so pressing the attack button does nothing. Oh, I need to roll. Okay. So if I hold right click, I aim. And if I hold left, then redraw the bow and my stamina keeps decreasing. But a headshot kills an enemy, apparently. Now we're stuck on the... Oh, God. Stairs again. Oh, God. Yep, couldn't do much. Let's just stick with melee weapons in this environment. You're asking the hard questions. I would have given you some yesterday, but I don't know that I can give you some today. Like, it's something that could be so much better than what it is, if that counts. Stuck on this stairs again. I need stamina. Can't do anything. Stamina. There we go. It also didn't let me pick up the item. Oh wait, this is where I died earlier. Ugh. Like, what the fuck? Can't see that there's anything here. There, now you can see something if I fiddle around with the camera enough. Nah, I wouldn't say the audio works. The audio has way too many issues. Sometimes it just stops working entirely. Sometimes it just starts and stops and starts and stops. Sometimes it's mega delayed. Sometimes you have boss music that's just a 5-second MIDI loop. And we actually only had one boss fight, a proper boss fight yet. Okay, I guess we don't continue here. Because those guys just snipe me. I want to go back. Can we put this? I don't want to continue in this part. I want to go here. And maybe actually have an interesting area to explore. I'm just running on copium, and I'm just really hoping that I'm able to get something out of this still. But if I don't get anything out of it today, then we're probably not going to revisit this on stream. Like, I was hoping there would be something that clicks for me, or something that I find that changes how it plays. Okay, we have multiple things here. I'm stuck. Well, I guess we go there first, because item. Like, again, if this was in early access, I wouldn't complain about the game as much as I am. But this is decidedly not in early access. They decided to call this a finished product and sell it as a working finished product. If this was in early access, I would say, hey, this is a great start. And they can make a lot out of this if they take the feedback and they take the time. But that's not what they did. Yeah, we already gave it 6 hours yesterday. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was also just a thing about, okay, let's actually let's get this behind us Like, let's just actually release it out into the world so that we can be done with this. Just release some patches so that it's playable. And then just have this project be finally done. Might very well be the case. I can't tell you. I don't know. But that doesn't make it better. Wait, you alive? What is happening? Everything explodes, okay. What are you doing? Amulet of Stability. Oh, it's an amulet slot, it's not a belt slot. Or is it? Wait. It says amulet, it doesn't say ring. What? Plus delay before stamina regenerates? That's a debuff. Plus 10 technomancy penetration. Like, we have a ring that has minus time before stamina regen. Somewhere. Here, Amulet of Wandering, minus 0.5 delay before stamina regen. The worst thing about having the bow equipped is that I can't have a torch equipped anymore. Okay, let's see what we have here. Don't know if that's an enemy or whatever that is. But I see item. Can I? I can, okay. Oh, this is definitely an enemy. Ring of the Gravitas. Why do I get so many rings? I have only 2 ring slots. Give me other stuff. Give me crystals or something. Minus 20% armor weight. I don't know what armor weight even does, so we're not gonna use that ring. More upgrade material that I can't use. No, everything's just floating and rotating, I guess. Open the gate. Whatever that does for us. Are you just a big boy, or are you a big boy? Okay. You don't even... Oh, that's so dumb. Are you... Yeah, it's a boss, and it just didn't let me damage it because it's a boss. That's just bad world design. What? I don't even realize what happened there. Wait, why is he not taking damage anymore? He took damage before. Now he's not taking damage anymore. Oh no, there we go. I guess that dealt some damage. What if I go away from you? What do you do? Oh, you're just stuck. Okay. Does this even damage you? I don't think it does. What do we have here? How do you ship something like this? Also, were there... What? Oh, my arrows are stuck where I hit him at the head earlier. They're just floating in the air. I was trying to run and jump, but nothing happened. Okay, I don't know where or what to do now. Ah, there. I'm just waiting for me to randomly die again while I'm mounted on an enemy. Is the fight gonna change anyway, or are we just gonna do the same thing 4 times now? Having to sheath your weapon to optimize your stamina recovery is also pretty weird. I don't know. Okay, I'm just randomly climbing on a spot that we weren't before and trying if there's something that I can do. And now I'm just mashing left click. I wouldn't say that we have had any improvements yet, really, sadly. This boss fight is just a great example of everything that's wrong at the moment. I don't know who or what or where you want me to hit anything. Like, where's the indicator of... Okay, there, random, I don't know. Yeah, like a glowing dagger that only hits a certain spot and it seems to be random. Like you can't tell. Yeah. I got items, enemy dead. I got some rare drop, it said. I don't know what it is. Let's have a look. This helmet has a different name, but the same stats, the same upgrade level. The only thing that's different is the crystals in it. I don't know what we got. Oh, here. Armor Buster. Okay, so this is just a worse version of the weapon I have. Wait. Oh, it has different abilities. So it has the exact same damage. It's also a slow, sharp, two-handed. And it has heavy hitter and aberrant strike, whatever that is. Let's have a look. We can't have a look because the video preview is missing. Such a surprise. And heavy hitter also has no description at the current time. It's a passive ability, but it doesn't tell us what the fucking passive ability does. It just tells us it can't tell us. What the fuck is wrong with this game? Summon an aberrant knight from beyond cyberspace to deal damage to enemies in front of you. Let's just see. Yeah, it's the exact same moveset. Okay, let's not do that. Let's take the weapon that we had with the good stats instead. Wait, why is the ability still... Wait. I switched my weapon back to my normal weapon, but I still have the ability. Let's wait until the cooldown is finished and let's see if I found another bug. Yes! Okay, so any exploiters here? Yeah, so I can do it once. So if you equip a weapon with an active ability and you use that ability and it triggers a cooldown, you can, while the cooldown is going, switch to any other weapon and you will keep the ability to use at least one more time. Probably as long as you keep the belt selected with that ability, because they probably just don't clean that up whenever you switch a weapon. Like they forget to reload the ability slot there. Like there was a major exploit that was heavily exploited in Elden Ring, I think. Like spell swapping, I think they called it there. Yes, I know. Let me I mean, we might have people that haven't seen it before. And hi, Tove. Do I have it open still? No. So, the official story is that they bought these animations from the Epic Store, which Epic makes Unreal Engine. So, people are selling animation packs there and assets. And it's not a known fact that people rip assets from popular games and resell them there. And those typically get reported for copyright infringement. And yeah, this is a very good one. They even kept the aesthetics of the enemy. Like this one is a bit too obvious. IMO. We have Melania as well. And then this is the one from the boss we fought yesterday. I didn't recognize this one because I basically never fight those enemies in Elden Ring. I just run past them. Oh, yeah, I didn't switch to partial. Well, here we go. Let's have a look at it again. Left is this game, right is FromSoft in this one. These ones are a bit too on the nose. And here we go. Yeah, this is the one I meant, the boss from yesterday. Yeah, so I did dig a bit into this morning. Like I spent like an hour in bed going through Steam community forum threads for this game. And there's an account on the Epic Store which does appear to, all they do is rip assets from other games and resell them. They currently also have stuff there on sale, which is basically ripped from Bloodborne, for example. And the developer claims that they bought the assets from that shop and that they didn't rip them themselves, basically. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how you do like your bootstrapping for any game project. That depends on the law that is in effect there. Like there are legislations where if you buy something in good faith which was stolen, then you can't be held accountable for that as the one who did the purchase. Hi Glance, and thank you for the beautiful gift sub to Tove. Good morning. And yeah, but the thing with the Abyss Watcher comparison is a bit too on the nose, in my opinion, to be them just having bought the assets and then accidentally having designed an enemy that looks almost identical. Like with the cape and the long hat and everything. Like, what? It's a bit much. You mean bottom right? Yeah, I don't want to give people the impression that this is something they should buy themselves. If anyone wants to experience this game, they can do it through me, and they will actually have a better time than trying to play this themselves. But yeah, so I don't really know what to think about the current situation. Another thing they did that I also showed earlier is if you go to character perks, you will see that these have changed now. They're basically just screenshots of in-game assets. Yesterday they looked like proper paintings, like you would have seen them in traditional video games from Blizzard, for example, where they have full-on illustrations for every icon. Those were apparently just generated by the normal AI image generation stuff that you see all over the internet at the moment, which they just on Twitter said, yeah, we're going to change them. We already have something prepared. Sorry about that. It was all done in good faith, period, basically, paraphrased. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what to think of the developers at the moment. We were also, while we were talking about this previously, I think it was Panzer. I mean, it doesn't matter who it was. Someone said, wasn't this made by only like 2 people? And then I was like, no, I think it's 3 people over the course of 4 years. And then someone came in, said, no, it's 1 developer, and never said anything again. I also don't know what that was about. Well, there also appears to be some very interesting discourse around this game on their Discord. Oh boy. The lighting makes me think I'm not supposed to be here, but it might just be buggy. Also, the texture work here makes me think I'm not supposed to be here. I would definitely give it this label, Rune Knight, indeed. I couldn't call this a good game in the state that it is in at the moment. Like, I've gotten out of bounds multiple times yesterday. We also reached spaces where the game was like, I don't have textures for you anymore. Just take this math paper and walk on this. Oh boy, okay, let's pick this up and be on our way. Like, this definitely has a lot of potential, but this was released completely unfinished. Okay, and that still damaged me through the pillar, okay. What? Why am I getting this tutorial now? This is a tutorial. The videos are from the tutorial boss. Pure essence can be stabilized by approaching any homunculus. Pure essence is then stabilized and rendered usable to unlock perks. Yeah, we had pure essence yesterday already. It doesn't bind to your vessel. As a result, dying without stabilizing an essence will return it to its previous owner. Yes, we had that yesterday already when I picked that up and read the item description. Why am I getting this tutorial now? Hi, Mr. Ruvol. Oh, I died. Okay. Apparently I was... Oh, because I beat the boss earlier and now I died. So I dropped the essence. That's why I got the tutorial. And I just got insta-killed by a normal mob. But if it gets returned to the enemy, does this mean I need to defeat the boss again? The boss fight was mega boring. Or can I just pick it up? Okay. I mean, I could just do it easy and just walk back to the homunculus we came from, but... okay. Hi. Don't you love spamming the same attack animation over and over again until the enemy dies? Okay, there was nothing else here. Good, memory is refreshed. Let's walk down again. Oh yeah, I can actually sprint and dash to gain more speed. And as long as I have my weapon not out, my stamina is just not going to go down. That enemy just died on its own, okay. Okay, we're picking up stuff. Hi Maxine, how are you? Oh wait, this enemy is dead already too. What? No, it isn't dead, but it had items already spawned on it? What? What's happening? I don't understand. This is my corpse. This is another fun thing the game does. It just has an unlimited supply of corpses. Indeed it is. Indeed. Why? Hello? Can you draw the arrow too? Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, you died. Broken arrow, okay. I mean, they are using animations that are either ripped from multiple FromSoft games or FromSoft for some reason bought the same pack allegedly from the Epic Store that this developer did for some of its animations. The problem is nobody has been able to pinpoint that pack yet. So if it was indeed true, then that pack had already been taken down for copyright infringement. But this developer still continued to use the animations from there. And they have denied any such things so far from what I have read. They're just saying we bought these and we're using them. Yeah, but the thing with the Abyss Watcher is even that the enemy looks incredibly similar in its design. Like, it's not only using the same animations, it's also a caped enemy using two swords, a long one and a short one, and it has an elongated helmet. That's very distinguished from everything else design-wise in the game. These enemies are weird. Yeah, but I mean, how could they not have known what they are doing if they take the animations and then basically would design an almost identical looking enemy? Let me show you again. Just look at this. Just look at this. The same long helmet and everything. And now for this one. They even put the explosion at the end too. It's like, let's just make a discount Abyss Watcher. Okay, a dead enemy rolling around. Still no homunculus? Really? Can't talk to any of these. Okay, I got a handler echo from that. I don't know why or how, but I did. We have an elevator, we have an item. Who are you? Are you friendly?
I empathize with those we purify. But when I lay my hands on the Seldars, hell will seem like heaven. If we could only do away with everything here, all together. A marvelous conception, a supreme figure, an exalted shadow, an infinite representation of the excellence and supremacy that transcends comprehension or grasp. Thus is the excellence of the God Emperor. I do not like forced conversation. There is no meaning to an existence with no beginning and no end. There is no meaning to an existence with
Okay,
no
so you're
beginning
just like the
and
other
no
one we had
end.
before. You have a room with an elevator. That's probably progress. We talk about things that make no sense and give us no information and then refuse to elaborate. And the other path is probably leading to death. So let's see where this leads us. I've gone through like a whole area, beaten a boss, gone through another whole area, and now we're in another area still, and we haven't found another homunculus, which is basically like the equivalent of a bonfire in Souls games. Like, what the hell is going on? Just want to deposit my upgrade material stuff. And I want to go down this ladder, please. Oh, this is back at the start? Ooh, okay, so this is a proper shortcut. Okay. Back to block. Back to block. Oh, and I forgot to go back to game capture again. I'm such a genius. Why is there so much text overlapping? This isn't helping. Okay, we have another level of handler synchronization now. We can't manufacture anything else, but maybe we can finally use our 45 Titanite we found. No, the handler still doesn't know how to upgrade our stuff. Oh, this I can upgrade, okay. So I can upgrade Mark 1 to Mark 2. The problem is again that the game isn't showing me what stuff I have equipped and what is just lying in my inventory. So I don't actually know what I need to upgrade. And also apparently I can endlessly scroll here. This is Mark 2. This is Mark 2. The bow is Mark 2. Okay, but in the bow we can put some crystals in. I don't really know what would be useful in a weapon though. In a bow. Attack power? Plane? Maybe. I guess we continue in the Machinarium then. Oh wait, we got a perk thing. Wait, we can get a perk. Character perks. So we can either upgrade this or we can get another one. Yeah, here. 25% chance that each attack brings you to 0% health instead of... That brings you to 0% health instead leaves you with 20%. Fire damage does not trigger this. So we basically have a 1 in 4 that if we would die, we wouldn't die. And instead keep health every 10 minutes. What? Perk upgrades that debuff us. You move 15% slower, but you take 20% less damage. Okay. What else can we get? Belt upgrade. That's actually not bad. We don't apply debuffs, we don't dual wield anything, we don't use shields. That's not worth it either. This one, what the fuck, why is this a thing? Heavy armor, attacks not deal base weapon damage instead of... Heavy attack is not really worth it with the weapon I have. We could just add vampirism. We don't cast anything. That's also something for fast attacks. I'm not summoning anything. That's also for fast attacks. I don't use spells. Okay. This is again also something that fast weapons benefit from more, because they're able to build combo quicker. Bonus stats to your constitution. Yeah, so the only ones that would really seem useful are vampirism and natural talent. But this one again doesn't give us any. I hit the details button. What does it give me? A bigger image. It doesn't tell me details about how the ability works, which has no numbers attached to it, where it just says increase the bonus stats of your constitution attribute. If I hit details on this, I just get a more detailed image. I don't get an explanation of what this means. Let's just take 30% flat lifesteal. So we're an impenetrable fortress with vampirism now. I also still have an ability slot, but really don't know. I mean, I guess we can take the armor. It's also... this text is not readable with my character shining behind it like this. This is ridiculous. Okay, so if I do... holy shit, this is uncontrollable. It's so weird. And they just stop randomly. It's... I can't explain. Now we just look like a Blizzard game character. Oh, and our armor is gone immediately. Is there no way to easier switch between stuff like this? It's like mega annoying to always have to like hold that button, wiggle the mouse around to hopefully hit the right thing. I can hit shift and numbers. Oh, that's making this a lot better. Okay. I see. My elevator isn't here. Oh, the armor just disappears? What? It didn't say that it had a duration. That's so bad. I thought this was just like a proper shield that would just stay until I take damage. Okay. Oh, he just popped in.
There is no meaning to an existence with no beginning and no
Let's test
end.
something. Okay, so I hit him. Blood is spilled. But there's no reaction at all. Neither from the NPC nor from everything around him. That is true, and it will happen for us in 2 weeks. It only happened for the Americas. Okay, I tapped my spacebar 4 times, but there was no backroll happening. Yeah, it switches all the time. That's the weird thing. Sometimes we change, sometimes they change first. But if you do check out the announcement channel in Discord, I have put the... This music is so bad. I have put the schedule for the next few weeks in there with the timestamps that show your local time. Oh, I'm glitching through the elevator again. Now my helmet disappeared and reappeared. Oh yeah, we were here before too. And... Wait. What? This is for the elevator? No. Okay, it just didn't let me press the interact button. Okay. Yeah, this is the ladder we... Yep. So this is just a shortcut. This doesn't actually bring us anywhere. Yes, we change at the same time. You will always be an hour behind. Well, and I just died. No, I did... Wait, what? Okay, but I'm definitely stuck. Cool. Thank you, game. This is all I ever wanted. Oh, time to die. Well, at least we have the shortcut now. Let's go back down here. And then let's go down the other path. Hiring a quality assurance team costs loads of money. I doubt they had that. Like, their quality assurance is themselves. Maybe friends and family. And that's a problem, because you are not gonna see the things that people that haven't worked on something see. That thing just ragdolled me everywhere. What? Okay. Don't know what just happened. I just got a Windows prompt from my web browser asking me if I want it to allow to do something in admin mode, and that tapped me out and I had no idea what was happening. And I just tried to log... What is happening? I'm trying to lock onto the enemy in front of me and my camera just turns around and is locked onto something else entirely. And that ability also didn't go where it was supposed to. This is so weird. Ooh, enjoy Stormy. What did you get? Again, I'm pressing S and my character is walking forwards. Oh, I see. You said tried. What happened? Oh, okay. I'm out of stamina. This is a problem. That was an interesting sound. Okay, let's see where we can go from here. I see an enemy. I don't see the enemy standing on something. It just seems to be floating in midair. Oh no, there's actually a platform. But they seem to be somewhat challenged with their pathfinding. They seem to be completely challenged at everything. There we go, now things are happening. Why am I not hitting them? There we go. That guy is also just brain out again. Okay, I want to say... Nope. Goodbye. I want to say that I can probably jump my way around this to open this from the other side, but I don't want to risk it. Oh wait, actually, if I can put a homunculus down, I'm going to risk it. I can. Okay, let's put this away. Oh, it doesn't work, okay. Very nice, enjoy. And now the lighting is gone. Huh? Where did the light go? Game, come on. Oh, and now we have enemies. I can't even see where I'm walking again. That didn't really help much. Oh, hi. Okay. Are there stairs? I think there are stairs here. Yep. Is this my elevator? No? Do I need to call my elevator first? I'm mashing the interact button, but no interaction is happening. There. What do we do? This is so weird. I can't see anything happening. I can't hear anything happening. Oh, there we go. It just takes a long time again. What is happening? Oh boy. Where's the torch? I'm also somewhat stuck. I can barely move in here. Okay, we're in a space. This is certainly an area. Empty blocks. And now? Why the fuck does the character not move in the directions that I'm pressing? Like, I press S and he walks forward. I press A and he walks forward. What the fuck is this game doing? And why am I not dead? I've been falling. I'm still falling. Now we're dead. Like, I walk up to the edge, pressed S to walk back from the edge, and the game's just, nah, we walk you down. I mean, I paid for the game, Stormy, if that's what you're asking. Now the lighting is back. Now I can see shit, even without the torch. But by the moment I decided to maybe refund it yesterday, I already was like slightly over the 3-hour window. Again, I pressed S and my character walked forward. Yeah, I'm mashing S right now. And my character's just wobbling forward. Like, what the fuck? They said they patched that. We're waiting. Okay, so what the fuck are we supposed to do down here? So this seems like an easy... There's nothing here. And here there's also just a dead end. There are platforms there, but I can't jump there, can I? I can, okay. This is so rough, holy shit. And, yep, my character just walked somewhere that I wasn't pointing to. This is so fun! And now the lighting is gone again. This light source is just despawning. No, I think I even went... Oh, here we are. Now we wait for the elevator to come back up again. Oh god. I guess when you hit a directional input, your character isn't directly moving in that direction. Your character can't turn on a dime. He just has to, like, as if he was on rails, like, take a turn first. Like, he can't turn where he stands. He has to, like, walk a curve. And that's what's fucking me up. Can I actually send it up again? Yes, I can. Who made this part and thought this was a good idea? I just couldn't turn to face where I was supposed to go. It just wouldn't let me. Instead, the character just walked in other random directions. What the fuck? Does it work if I use only W and the mouse? Yeah, if I only use W and the mouse... Thank you, Glenn. It seems he can almost turn on a dime. So I just can't use A, S, or D for the jumping puzzles, because otherwise my character just yeets itself into nothing. Maybe you should temporarily unbind those keys. Watch that not even be a progression point. Watch that just be some optional shit where we just pick up another ring that does nothing or debuffs us. Now we sit and wait. Send this up again because I will fall. N64 had better controls than this. Every N64 game I played had better control than this. Maybe with the exception being Pilot Wings, but in Pilot Wings that was intended. It doesn't help that a character also jumps further than you're supposed to go. Like, holy shit. And I'm just trying to turn. I'm not trying to walk. I'm just trying to turn to face the direction that I'm supposed to jump. And this is with the recommended input. This is keyboard and mouse. This game was designed for keyboard and mouse. Like, you had to hack your way around this to make controller work. And now... Do you want me to go there? I have no idea where I'm going. This feels like the swimming part earlier again. Yeah, that's exactly what happened earlier. Cutscene, I guess? This is a boss fight. I'm not going back to it. I'm not going to do that whole jumping stuff again if that's our boss run. Okay, that happened. I can't tell you. Hi, Zeres. Yeah, my berserk knowledge is very limited. Just look at the way my character moves. It's so awkward. Oh, hi. Something is attacking me. Just appears at random moments, helps out or just watches, I guess. Oh, look at those textures. Beautiful. What the fuck? This can't be where I'm supposed to go. Sorry. Is there floor? There's floor. Oh, I might be dead. Just pull yourself up, boy. Wait, you can pull yourself up there, but not on the ledge? Oh god. A lever? An elevator? My camera just turned around by itself. So we took an incredibly long elevator ride down to do an incredibly frustrating jumping puzzle, to get a little cutscene and a random enemy thrown at us, only to take an incredibly long elevator ride back up to get to this area again. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I was gonna go down again anyway to fight the enemy, now that we have a shortcut to our homunculus. I just didn't want to do it because I did want to avoid to have to do the jumping puzzle again. Hi. What? Did he just die? From nothing? He just did the attack and just died? What? Lancelators. Okay. Dual wield fast, it says. Yeah, probably. Game just said, nah, fall damage for you. Lacerate and lifesteal. What's the combo for this? Okay. Oh, I have a combo meter on the bottom left? What was that? Looks like it? Video preview missing. Your melee attacks have a 30% chance to cause lethrate debuff. It doesn't tell me what it does. And another missing video. Plus 20%, 25% lifesteal. That gives us 55 with vampirism. I mean, we can try them out, I guess. The range is just very short. I don't know if I'm going forwards or backwards now. But I guess going down is still progress. Red light. Somewhat. Wait, did these have... Ooh, wait, that's Mark 0. Ooh, we can actually upgrade those twice. So if they might not be the best yet, we can definitely make them better. I also have tons of upgrade material that I don't know what to do with. Okay, we have another lever here. Then I think this is... Oh no, that... Oh. Wait. Oh. Okay, so I just sent the elevator down. And I can't put it back up yet. Oh, is this like another 2-minute elevator ride? Like, I can't interact with this, which either means we're just having a bugged lever again, which just needs to have 10 interactions, or this is still moving. But since this rope doesn't have a texture, I can't even tell you if it's still moving or not. And since the sound design of this game is the way it is, I also can't hear if it's still moving. There we go. Of course you did the same thing, because that's the way it has always been in this game. You pull the lever to get access to the elevator. I think the only other exception was also the one from the base on, where you got into the nights on the higher level, where the sun is shining. Did you finish this already, Zol? Or are you just a bit further than I am? Oh, it's Zell, by the way, not Zol. My mistake. Do we get another... What? Okay, I thought we would get like another transition into cyber world as before, but this was maybe just a bit loading screen. Hi, Vault Guardian. I wish I calibrated twice. So looking... Oh, I wish, comma, I calibrated twice, so looking for the final stuff, wherever that is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had one calibration so far. I did the thing in the water. What? Are we still going? Well, I guess given how my cape looks, we're probably still going. Cape is still horizontal. Now we have Vault Guardian and Storm Guardian in chat. Coincidence? Oh, here. Hi. Wait, I got a Mirage? Oh no, that's just my thingy. So what is this now? Desert. Okay. But then let's actually go to the block. Let's talk to our handler. So we take those guys. Upgrade. Yeah, I have 44 splinters. You can take 3 of those. You still can't make Mark 3, can you? Okay. We have Leech. Yep, give me those. Good. So we have over 60% life leech now with those then. Still don't know if they're any good, but I guess we're gonna find out. There's our time. Okay, the frames are all going again. Oh, they're back. Aha. Oh, that fog journey. Ooh, there's something down there. Okay, 6 legs, 2 arms. Can we proper climb something? No? I'm still sad that this climbing mechanic never made their comeback after the monastery. Like, include Assassin's Creed climbing in your game and then just use it for one section. Oh, there's an enemy. You're tanky as hell. I can't see shit, and I'm stuck. This is so fun. Oh, the life leech is ridiculous. I just need to get used to this combo timing now, because I've only used big weapons before. You should be, because I have really little good things to say about this at the moment. Like, it works most of the time until it breaks, but it doesn't crash. Okay, something is attacking us. But I have like a giant laundry list of things that are just broken. Is this just a copy of the... What? This is just the angels from Dark Souls 3. But a bit more rotating. Like, would you look at this? Oh, okay, no, it's still spinning. Still spinning. Hi. Hi, Paco. What the fuck just happened? I was holding A and W and facing in the complete different direction, and I pressed dash. And he dashed off to the right. No worries, Paco. Like, the controls are the biggest jank in the whole game, aside from enemies getting stuck in the terrain everywhere, enemy AI disappearing randomly. Oops, sorta. And all manner of other stuff that just keeps breaking. Can I do anything? Oh god, it pushed me back into the elevator. Yeah, I know that they changed something about the hitboxes between the copy that reviewers got versus what got released, but that's not the problem. The hitboxes have been feeling fine. There are basically no collision boxes for the enemies, which is weird. So if you have a giant enemy that's 5 times your size and you go through a little tunnel or door, the enemy will just come through this with you, even though they can't fit through it. They just clip through everything. So you just have giants that go through little small corridors and follow you, instead of being stuck on the other side of the wall, for example. It also causes enemies to get stuck in walls because they just fall through a crack and then, yeah, basically are in a wall. Okay, we go out and we go in again and we go... What? Where's the... Hello? And we go down. Like, when we're in the elevator, let me open my list quickly. Let's have a quick look. If the game lets me tap out. Yeah, so one thing, when you're tapped out, the audio stops, but this game still renders at full frame rate. Cutscenes can be skipped. The master audio slider does nothing until you leave all settings menus. So you have to get through 3 different layers of menus before you hear the effect of any setting you change. There's a respawn button. Here, if you click this, you'd instantly die. Also, why is the elevator not going down? Wait, is the... What? I'm so confused. There we go. You just die instantly, no confirmation dialogue, nothing. Even Dark Souls 1 had that confirmation dialogue already. I tried to play this with a gamepad yesterday, and I couldn't because it made me sick, because they had some wonky acceleration on moving the camera. One thing we had earlier as well is your character doesn't turn the way you would expect it to turn on a keyboard. If you look in a direction and you press A, S, or D, which would be left, back, or right, your character doesn't walk into that direction. Instead, it walks forward and takes a turn as if it was a car that needed to, like, actually turn itself around physically instead of being able to turn on a dime. And the game has jumping puzzles, which makes this absolutely painful. The UI is an absolute disaster. Like, try to read the text. Try to read this text that shows you your abilities and stuff. And sometimes it even like this, it says, hey, Ring of Gluttony is a ring and has the ability Ring of Gluttony. Now if you press a button and it tells you, hey, Ring of Gluttony should have a preview video, but it's not there. And it restores a portion of health and flux. It doesn't tell you how much, it just says it restores it. Other items also have these ability videos. Some of them work, but for some abilities they don't even explain to you how they work. Yeah, bad movement and jumping puzzles, perfect combination. Also with the abilities here, was it the abilities? Oh no, it was the perks, I think. Yeah, for some things that even said can't tell what it does. Like, they don't have the video and they don't have an explanation for what the ability does. We had that before as well. Also very nice. And just loads of stuff like this. It just oozes, hey, this game isn't finished, but we're selling it to you as a finished game. Like, my list wasn't even half done. I can also just sheath my weapons and then I can just sprint as long as I want. My stamina won't deplete. Like, the game knows if you're in combat or not, so it doesn't let you craft stuff or open your inventory while you're in combat, for example. But it doesn't use the same information to prevent you from just abusing the stamina system. Let me just see where the game wants me to go here. I just don't want to deal with the enemy that keeps constantly shooting me. That's just incredibly annoying. I hated that in Dark Souls already, and I hate it here too. I don't even know where the game wants me to go. Like, I definitely can't progress here. There's a ladder. I don't know where that ladder leads. No, don't! Ugh. Almost went back in the elevator. What do you want from me? Where do you want me to go? There's actually something up here. Wanderer Cape. Oh, there are multiple of those guys. Okay. Let's try something. Okay, let's equip the winged bow. The destroy button you just saw there also has no confirmation dialogue, by the way, so I accidentally almost destroyed my bow. Where are you? This looks so dumb. Okay, there you go. Like, the way these spin does not look intended. And I'm out of arrows. It's already 8 PM. Thank you, champs. Have a good night. Gonna see you tomorrow. How do I change my ammunition? Middle mouse wheel. Okay. Why can't I aim anymore? Wait, does it want me to scroll the mouse wheel? It does. Okay. Oh, we're just dead anyway, because there was no forward momentum when I pressed forward and jump. Can't see without the torch. Okay, so the devs clearly intended me to go up here, because they put an item there. Question is, what else do we do? There's a long path down there again, and they like their long tunnels and bridges and paths, or we just fall again. And, ooh, found enemy. It's so annoying that there's no other light source than the torch, and you cannot have more than 2 weapon loadouts, because this means I'm dead, because the fucking movement system is so dumb. Like, either I have a melee weapon and a ranged weapon, or I have a torch and not one of those. And I need both of those weapon types here if I want to do this properly, if I don't want to constantly go into my inventory and swap things around. Like, I want to have the ranged weapon for these floating guys, and I want to have the melee weapons for the enemies in front of me. This is ridiculously... Holy shit. Don't lock onto the enemy. Why do you automatically lock on? This is so dumb. Oh god. You're very welcome, Prosty. For my own well-being, I'm trying not to make this like a regular thing. But since this game was something I was looking forward to a lot, I thought it would still be worth a shot, especially since they didn't ask much money for this. Like, if this was like a fully AAA price title, then I wouldn't have done it either. And he just let go of the arrow. What? I let go and you did nothing? Where did the enemy go? Well, he can see me, apparently. Okay, I have one arrow. Nope. And that arrow's gone. Wait, what? The arrow didn't go? This game is so weird. Also, is the enemy just stuck in a building again? Like, I can't see you. And your projectiles go through me but don't damage me. What the fuck is happening? Now the arrows go. Oh, fucking hell. Just leave me alone. There's an item in there. No idea how to get in there because I can't see shit. Oh, hi. Who are you? Can't see you, I just see a silhouette. Ah, you. I can't roll. And is he gone? No, the bottom one is... None of them are straight. They're all crooked. Like, look at what happens when I pick out the bow. That's completely crooked as well. Yes, indeed. This is not an early access. This is not marked as a beta or anything. This is marketed as a full release. What the fuck am I supposed to do against you when you move like that? Like, it has ages to pull an arrow back. Now he's not even pulling an arrow back because he has no arrows. I can't craft arrows. Because I can't craft anything in combat. He didn't refill the ones I had automatically from the inventory like it does everything else. Like, I can't do anything against this now. And getting a bow is also apparently completely random, like any other enemy drop. Like, I could have gotten here without even having a bow. Can we get stamina? There we go. I'm still not understanding the timing for the last attack in this, for the combo. And I also don't understand what the fucking camera is doing. Okay, am I out of combat now? Okay. Crafting, we need arrows. Okay. Can I... Yeah. There we go. I mean, there are not too many people. It's like a 3-people team that made this. Apparently, supposedly. Why are you not drawing the... Oh god, it's still on shock arrows. I can't see anything because of the camera. Finally, holy shit. But what now? I just climb stuff and fall to my death. Let's get the torch out. Let's get rid of the bow. Let's find the torch somewhere. Here. And some other thing. There we go. Can we just appreciate that this has no texture? This is just a 3D mesh of a gate that isn't even aligned properly in its frame and has no texture. You found the final area. I did 6 hours yesterday and I'm at 4 hours roughly today. But that's also including like pre-stream setup and testing if everything actually works, fiddling with the settings and all of that jazz. And showing people stuff and so on. So I would have probably made more progress if I played it on my own. But this is where we are. Who? What? So this is basically the same thing as we had in the water area, where we reached a bridge that was broken and the game wanted me to proceed like somewhere very close to the end instead. In that case, it wanted me to jump into the water and just swim to the red lights. In this case, we already see loads of stuff beneath us, so the game wants us to go down somewhere. And I don't know where. Previously, when I was climbing around on stuff here, we found a ladder, which I was killed after seeing it shortly after. We have something that's pretty close here with this bridge. And this almost looks like I could just fall down, given how my torchlight looks. Yeah, yep. And there's stairs and enemies here, okay. Where did the enemy go? Oh, you're just in the wall. Like, I can't see anything. I'm locked onto the enemy, but I'm afraid it's gone. Oh, hi. I'm stuck. I can't move. Can you stop crouching? Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. And I'm floating. Oh, that kills me. Cool. Wasn't that where the enemy came from? Okay. Hello? I can't do anything. There we go. Of course they respawn too. Let me go. Okay. Imagine making a spawn point where if you take a step forward, we just fall to your death. How fun would that be? No, this is not where I jumped down from. I'm just trying to find the spot again where I fell down to the other area too. Let's just restart. Ah, beautiful. Is there like a slow fall exploit that I can use to just skip this and just go down? And I'm stuck on nothing again. Again stuck on nothing. What the fuck? Was it here? Yeah, it was here. Let me... Come on! Stairs. Stairs. More stairs. Very good. Items. I'm stuck. Okay, we made it down. Now I just need to make it so that I don't have enemies chasing after. What is this frame drop? Oh, we still have the interact interface there. Cool. I love that bug as well. Oh boy. I just want to put a homunculus down. Or find another, I guess. But with the way the game has been spacing out the homunculi recently, I'm afraid that might not be happening. Holy shit, what's... Insta-death! We love those! Just have spikes come off the ground and kill you from full health. Yeah, Hollow Knight is also a 2D game, which works very different to making 3D games. But I also, of course, have no idea about the skill levels the individual developers had, how much time was invested, how long they developed each game. Like, there are so many things that make this maybe absolutely incomparable, but yeah, nevertheless. Small teams made games, and one team decided to push out a game that wasn't ready to be released, and the other team actually made a very buggy game, but they polished it up to be one of the best 2D Metroidvania games that exist. Let's see if this team will actually keep with this, or if they're just gonna do like the things they have to do to keep the heat off of them right now, and then abandon or not. Also, it kills the enemies too, okay? Yep, they damage each other. Can just kite you until there's only one left. Like, if I know that you can one-hit kill me, there's no way I'm engaging in close-range combat with you. And the long-range combat takes like 5 seconds to set up. There's no way I'm gonna do that either, so what do you want me to do? Oh, he didn't get hit. Oh, he did get hit. And I don't understand how they one-hit kill me. I have like the biggest armor I can find. I have everything in constitution and strength. Like, what the hell? This is so fun. The black one was the one with no HP, right? Oh god, I just got close to it and almost died instantly. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even get to swing my weapon. Yep. That thing has also unlimited health, it looks like. I'm not dealing any damage to this. What is this? You don't have any animations? What the this is one of those we saw walking around earlier. But it's decided it stopped to have any animations and is now just rotating. Ah, look at this game. Do they damage each other? What the fuck is happening here? Oh, the other one came back. Okay. I guess I'm just running. I have no idea where to go. It's dead! One of them at least. Oh, there's this guy again. I wish there was an auto-run button in this. I wanted that often now. It's not the first time that I'm thinking of this. This is a hole in the map. Why the fuck is this here? This is an open area I'm supposed to run in. Why is there just a hole? They just didn't load the chunk. What the fuck? And also, what's the idea about this giant empty area? What? I just get yeeted out of nowhere. What is happening? My character just slowed down and then randomly was thrown into the air. Well, I guess that's a dead end. Ah. I can totally tell you what's happening. Oh, it's one of those again? But why am I not dead? And what am I supposed to do against that? Okay, I'm just mashing left click. That's gonna take a while. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna see you all in 20 minutes, maybe? When this is done. And I have developed carpal tunnel syndrome because I'm mashing the left mouse button continuously without break. It appears some worm-like, snake-like enemy just instantly ate me while I was walking across the desert. And we're now in an endless loop where we both are falling to our death in a black abyss. But I somehow am stabbing this enemy with my white glowing dagger that we use to fight off giants. And where I have to continuously mash left click to hit its weak point. You die after hitting it for a while. Cool. Again, what the fuck? Why is this game released in this state? Like, I'm probably just gonna die to fall damage once I get the weak point done or something. And the best thing about that is I'm gonna respawn right at the top. Yeah, exactly. If this was early access, here, take my bug report, take my video, fix your shit. But this is not early access. Yeah, and now it's... There we go. Maybe? I have no idea what's happening. Maybe we're going up, but I'm not depleting its health anymore. and depleting its health again. What the fuck? Can I just let go? Wait, now I have oxygen. After I pressed F or C, I suddenly got oxygen. Okay, so I'm actually gonna drown. I guess that's working out then. Sound cutting out. There, now we're dying. What the fuck? Where am I going? There. Oh, well, I guess we can just fall to our death, because that's the thing we've been doing the whole time. What the fuck? Why did you jump? I don't know how it decides where to jump. Wait, this is... Oh shit. I'm stuck again. I'm dead. I might have lost my patience with this game. Wait, yeah, this is exactly where I didn't want to go. Wait, what was it that we want to go to? Confused. Oh, cool, it's the... Ah, there. Oh yeah, we had tons of stairs to go down. There's a big boy we never saw when we were down there, actually. Now we have these guys again. Oh, there are items. Oh, there are more of these guys. How does the game think I'm able to fight these at this point? They do way too much damage and are way too quick. Maybe that's the point where the game... Ah. Okay, I understand. So that cloud is the big worm. And that's also what ate me earlier. Because I just ran too close to it and then it ate me. Question for Zelrise. Do I need to interact with that worm to progress, or do I need to do something else? I mean, of course, if anyone else knows, they're free to answer as well. Oh, there we go. Well, I guess I'm just gonna die now anyway. Like, there was no preamble for this. Nothing. I'm just suddenly in the mouth of the enemy. There was no warning, nothing. There was no counterplay possible other than not being in the area, which is the area that I understand I need to be in to get my second calibration. Hi, lady. Actually, just... Oops, just kill me. There we go. I hope your day has been better than mine. Let's just say that. Hi, hi. How are you doing? What? Okay, I guess you had a good night then. Oh, this is not where I'm supposed to go. Again, this is not where I'm supposed to go. Well, I hope you had a good sleep then, at least. And feel nice and refreshed. Actually, I've never seen the guy when we were down there. Only seen him from up here. I tried to go to him earlier, but he just yeeted off. Stayed up so late and then all of a sudden lost an hour because of daylight savings. Oh yeah. No, it's just small boy. Where's big boy gone? There's big boy. Hi. Oh. Ooh, ooh, you use the big boy spells. Oh boy. That's a lot of damage. Understood. Oh, is this the long bridge we saw from up above? Leave me alone. Also, why aren't you running? There we go. Are there ladders anywhere here, perchance? No? No ladder for me? Can I climb? Is this where the climbing mechanics makes a comeback? No. This is more of a mystery puzzle game than a Souls-like. Just where the fuck am I supposed to go? And how do I get there? It's like 95% of the game. The other 5% is being abused by bugs. Oh, it's one of those again that... What the fuck happened to them to just completely lose all of their animation? Like, they try to attack still, and there's still impact explosions. Oh, it actually deals damage. And they're just stuck there. Memory leak doing stuff? Maybe. Now that you say it, I'm up to 18 gigabytes. I'm normally never that high. Ah, it's taken 6.7 gigabytes of memory. I mean, my game has been wonky all the time, but to different degrees. And we saw one of those guys walking proper earlier. Oh, this is beneath the starting thing. That's why so many corpses are here. You're close to the area I am in, so you're early in this place. Not sure I really follow. Oh, so I'm early here, so what you're saying, I don't need to be in the desert. I need to find the second calibration somewhere else. Is that what you're saying? Ah, so I'm just wasting my time. Okay. That also explains the difficulty spike with the enemies. I mean, it's fine. I have backseating allowed in my tags for good reasons. Thank you for the beautiful gift to Lady Glance. I also need to disable that because this is never working the way I want it to. I was underestimating the amount of people that use the double external circumflex for smiling, as I did in the past as well. Let me just turn off that command. That one, is it right? Yep. I don't want to write a more complex regex. There we go. Okay, so there was still another part in the sewers that I don't know how to get to, but I also hate the sewers. And I don't know how to get there, I guess. I mean, you see my fast travel points, right? So basically the first 2 hours of today was just me spinning in a circle here and just running to places where I hoped I hadn't been yet. It most of the time turned out that the place where I thought I was making progress was just another path where I've already been to. Like, wait, did I? Oh yeah, I did. I can sure show that again. You worked away for a sex, okay. How was it? I mean, probably not that long if you are back already. I'm sorry. Yeah, so we have monastery, lower and upper. We have rain district sewers. The way this is structured, I would assume there's another rain district thing, and I assume it's the one I saw, but didn't know how to get to. And then we have those. Gotta find the upper part of rain district. Glance just gifted you a sub. That's it. A completely down-to-earth tier 1 sub. Everything perfectly beautiful. Can I get to the upper part of the rain district from the sewers? Question mark. Or do I need to go there from somewhere else? I couldn't tell you, Death Prophet. It's just how the game was built. I have no idea. Ooh, nice. Looking forward to hear you soon. Ooh. Hello, Praetorian, and everyone else. Greetings. Let me guess, you were playing Bleak Faith Forsaken indeed. Hi everyone. How bug-ridden has your playthrough been? Because mine certainly has amassed quite the number by now. Trying to, okay. Ah, yeah, the Game of the Year claims. I see, I see. Yeah, it's certainly something. I'm not too amazed yet myself. Oop, I hate these guys. Leave me alone. And yeah, I guess this is where I want to go. At least one of the places that I want to go. There was a mannequin down there before. Good old homunculus. That I could see, right? There's an item now. I could swear there was a homunculus here before. Ah, yeah, there it is. Oh, there's a ladder there too. I hate going through that pipe. For reasons. Let me see if I can do something on the other side here. Just got tossed through a wall near the end of this stream. Yeah, I also got tossed around earlier. Ooh. Wait, is it giving me the interact prompt for the... Okay, I just got a random ability splinter. I thought it would allow me to like glitch through this and activate the lever to open the shortcut, but I guess that's not happening. Can I do... No, that's not gonna work either. Yeah, we had loads of things where floors weren't loaded, enemies stuck in walls, floating around. Yeah, that's my problem too. Like, I can see what this game could have been. And I get a little sad. Because it's very far away from that. I didn't wait for my stamina. Recipe unlocked. Status fragments, okay. Oh. No, it's just a reflection. So, I'm going to try to hack the right wall to get to the other side of the gate that we just saw, but I'm assuming that's probably gonna be misguided. Where is all my stamina? Oh boy, let's get out of here. I hate this area so much. Just because of the camera that keeps jumping everywhere. Wait, there's something here. I've been here before. I remember this. But this is progress to the deluge, isn't it? Just not where I want to be. Oh no, that's just the other room. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of damage. What just happened? We both just froze and couldn't move anymore? Okay. Spell lingering. Hi. Okay, there was a ladder here. I don't know if this is the ladder I went through before. Might very well be. Yes, I recognize this. But maybe there was... Fuck you. I hate the... Oh, I'm stuck now. Ah! This might be the dumbest enemy design in this game. The floating shades that just drain your energy and stun lock you when you're close to them. And I have no idea how that rolled forward when it was clearly trying to roll backwards. Yeah, and this is just the ladder. Yep, this is not where I want to go. Yeah, so... How far are you, Praetorian? Just so that I don't spoil anything with what I wanted to say. Does the word calibration ring a bell? I've been through this area yesterday too, but I know there was at least one door that I couldn't progress through where I killed an enemy through the gate. Okay, gotcha. Then I'm just gonna say that I don't know where I need to go to find what I need to find. What my handler told me to find. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. We killed this guy through the gate already yesterday. Oh, camera clipping through the floor. Hi. I'm currently a bit out of stamina. Could you give me a moment? Okay, and then I missed up my combo timing. Why are you so tanky? Yeah, the camera is not very good in this at all. Can we not... what? Okay, my camera just froze again. Hi, Mr. Finch. Yes, Sharky, hi. There's a hydrate. Wait, there are hostiles nearby? There were hostiles nearby. Just got their weapon. I mean, the camera distance is not the problem. The problem is when shit like this happens and the camera just jumps around and you just always find in tight corridors. I don't really personally have a problem with the FOV. Or are you saying the FOV is causing some of those problems? Because I just left the FOV at 60 and the camera distance at 1, I think, is the default. That's not gonna do anything for me. Oh. Welcome to death, I guess. Yeah, someone redeemed friend. I don't want to go through all of that again. Mitigates the camera jumps a little. Let's try that out then. Okay, and I need my torch again to see anything. When we backtrack from here and recognize the way we just came from before we died, we might be able to figure out the way. Wait, I have the torch out and I can't see anything. Are you shitting me? I guess this means the elevator is... What? I'm so confused. Why would he stand with his back to the abyss there? Yeah, that too. And another problem with the camera is you can't look up because you always end up in the crotch of your character. But I think we just have got the lightning bug again that we had earlier as well, where sometimes if you respawn, certain light sources just don't spawn. Like, I can't see that I'm standing on anything. Like, there, depending on how I turn the camera, there's a reflection of the torch. Now we have walls moving. Also, when I turn the camera clockwise, head goes right and the other way around. Like, what? I'm trying to look over your right shoulder and you turn left? Why? Is this where I just fell in? Oh, there's an item. An indication of a place I haven't been yet. I'm still very new with these weapons. I'm still trying to get used to the combo timing for this. Why? I mean, I guess there's another point that I know that I haven't progressed yet through. I just remember why I was constantly getting sniped earlier. That was after the white-haired person that we met. Oh. A kickdown ladder. Oh, and an enemy. Why am I new? Hello! Okay, I only needed to hit my middle mouse button 3 times. For my weapons to change and then the enemy to stand on top of me. Oh yeah, I didn't get this yet either. Because I assumed I probably just have to drop down from somewhere because jumping up here just doesn't work. Like, oh, well, now it did. Never mind. Tried this yesterday a few times and it didn't work out for me. Oh. Hello. No, I've been here. Yeah, this is where I just walked down earlier and died. Oh, nicely done, Stormy. Did you see we had a Vault Guardian in here earlier, Stormy? Perfect combination of chatters, Storm Guardian and Vault Guardian. I think it was when you were making food. Here we are! And there's my corpse. Okay. Are you friendly? Because there's a respawn point here. There's a homunculus. Ensure all enemies are dead before returning here. I mean, he's not attacking yet, so... Yes, the entire game is grey. It's not necessarily all grey rooms. We have also found... other areas with foliage, like actual like bushes. But those were all just like orange and dying. And then we just had grey stones all around us. Yeah, the thing is... Yeah, that cape is red, but the cape is also on me and not in the environment. They always spin like this. Yeah, I mean, I would have just assumed that this is bugged out and actually supposed to attack me. We've had a lot of enemy AI deaths today already, where the enemy AI just said I'm not doing anything. Or in another area earlier, an enemy just lost all its animations and it was just sliding. It wasn't even moving anymore. It was just sliding in place when I walked around it. Just in T-pose. But attack animation, like attack damage was still happening. And like particle effects, but the enemy was just not moving. Hey, Rain District Center. Well, I guess we have that now. What the fuck? Okay. Just a giant spiked club lying around. But what does this do for me? Like, this is just a shortcut. Oh, hi, you respawned. Oops. Can we switch weapons? Like, this is just gonna bring me back to the sewers. And I guess Zell also said we would actually need upper rain thingy. So I guess this is just a checkpoint. Oh no, there are two corridors. Yeah, the FPS cap is also funny because it was 120 yesterday, then they patched it to max out at 90. And someone did also say from the chatters who came in that the game has problems with higher frame rates. We also had someone mention that there are... Oh, hi. That there are also memory leak issues. And I can't comment on that. The game was using quite a bit of my memory, but I can't tell if it's really continuously accumulating memory. Oh, there's a floaty boy. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So there is another path there. 3 external programs, holy shit. I mean, we can try to put it on 60. There was also somehow a FPS tracker that I accidentally enabled earlier in-game. Maybe that was with dynamic resolution. Oh no, that's still on. Never does anything anyway. The game just slows to a crawl anyhow. Yep, definitely. Like, it was mostly console ports that were bad and poorly optimized. But it's just a lot of games recently that have released on PC that just release in a state that I would just say is actually not fit for purpose. Like, they don't work properly. And I feel like, even though that might just be very tinfoil-y, that Scarlet and Violet, like the Pokemon games, contributed to that a lot, because everyone ate those games up, even though they're absolute utter garbage trash. And I showed a lot of that on stream as well. I mean, the people that were here for when we played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet know what I mean. Like, I run into bugs left, right, and center. And also actually multiple crashes on a Nintendo game. But Warhammer 40k Darktide on release, and it was so bad that after 3 days of playing it, we stopped. Yeah. I have no clue where this game wants me to go. Let's maybe try those stairs. Don't know if we've been there yet. We might very well have not been here. Everything is a maze. This whole game is a maze. Everywhere you go, there are 3 different paths you can take to get there. And most of the time there's not even anything worthwhile on the other paths. It's just more trash mobs that just drop crafting materials. Like, from time to time you find a ring that may be useful, but otherwise you just wasted your time exploring and just finding a different way to somewhere you've already been and don't need to find another way to. Like, there have been a few shortcuts, like the gate we opened earlier, that make sense and are like, ah, cool, I found this. Now I don't need to backtrack as far anymore. But it just feels like they heard that everyone was just wanking to Dark Souls 1's level design and tried to recreate it, but just overdid it in a very overzealous manner, where they just made the whole thing just interconnected for the sake of being interconnected. Okay. Do you take damage too? Oh yeah, there we go. I would agree that Scarlet and Violet contributed, but would also see something like Cyberpunk. Yeah, fair enough. And Cyberpunk came a lot earlier. I mean, Cyberpunk had the goodwill of CD Projekt Red at that time still, because of mostly The Witcher 3. Pokemon had, of course, the IP, like the strongest IP in the world behind it. So that it contributed as well. I don't know how often they can do that though. I mean, I guess we're gonna find out. Because the Switch is not gonna be replaced soon. I don't know how many lessons they're actually gonna be learning from what happened there. And CD Projekt Red already has like 6 projects work in progress or something. I think the only... After playing this for like over 10 hours now, the game has... The vision that the game had, or maybe still has, I very much enjoy. And I would love to see a game like this, or this game, polished up to a working state. But the state that this game is currently in, it's more... Let's just explore the map they've built, and that's it. Like, I feel I'm more battling with bugs and misdesigns than I'm actually feeling accomplished to get through the game. Like, it's more of a tech demo feel than a finished game feel. Okay, I guess we got the ladder down there now. Okay, we need stamina. Oh, okay. I guess this is bringing me to... Also... Where's the... Oh, there's a light source, okay. Well, that did something. I guess. The fact that some people now praise No Man's Sky for how good it is, totally ignoring that it didn't... Yeah, No Man's Sky was like the... I would call it a scam. And yeah, like, how many years later did they actually deliver on some of the things they promised? And made it a game that people can play now and actually enjoy? Okay, I can pull the switch again. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because we had the skeleton. We saw that earlier behind the gate. So I guess we just go to walk around and find stuff now. I guess we have the shortcut here, so that makes sense. So we can just drop down here. This is still closed. And hi, Queen Mesh. Sorry, I just read your message, acknowledged it, but didn't acknowledge the author of the message. Yeah, the thing is, they already seem to have had a very active Discord with less than ideal discourse. Well, enjoy. Thank you for the lurk. I have gone through quite a few threads in the Steam community forum yesterday. And some people quoted stuff or screenshotted stuff, what they wrote in their Discord, and that just seemed, yeah, again, less than ideal, like how they communicated and what they wrote. Yeah, I mean, if this was like a full price title, like $60 or something, I would have actually oops, hi. Sorry, let me just deal with this. I lost my train of thought there. Okay, can you stop? You deal basically no damage to me. There we go. Ranger gloves and chest guard, okay. according to rumors, yeah. The thing is, yeah, since we have so many people here now, let me just show you. I know some people have seen this a few times today already, but it never gets old. Let me rewind this. Let me switch to this, and here you go. Like, it doesn't, there's no, it's not just accusations, it's proven. This game contains animations that are clearly also in prior games from FromSoft. And this, here they even took the same enemy design. Big cape, long helmet, long sword, short sword in the other hand, explosion at the end of the attack. Here, like, it's the same. Yes, and I know that for Epic is the creator of the Unreal Engine, and they have a store where they sell stuff. And that there are people who rip animations and meshes and whatever and resell them there. The thing is, there is no pack for sale, from my knowledge, that contains the animations that we see in this game. So either they have been taken down by Epic, or they have been taken down by the seller, whatever the case. And there are still sellers that sell stuff that is also ripped from other FromSoft games. For example, there's something that's just using animations from Bloodborne, for example, straight up the same animations. And people have started reporting those packs now because of the revelations due to the discussions that happened on this game. But especially the example with the Abyss Watcher, where they made an enemy, used that animation, gave it also like a long small helmet and the cape and the long sword in the one hand and the short sword on the other hand, and use all the same animations on the same enemy, which is basically almost like copy-paste, bootlegged Abyss Watchers. Like, how would they not have known where these animations came from? And are you telling me that they didn't recognize this while working on the game and creating a character that looks almost identical to the one where the animation is originally from? Like, if it was just a placeholder during development where someone also made the enemy to resemble the Abyss Watchers because they like the game and whatever, that's all cool and fine. But that's not something that's supposed to be in a finished product. And I'm not saying, like, they stole them or whatever. I have no idea what really happened there. I just know what people are talking about. And anything might have happened. There might have been multiple combinations of what happened, whatever. This is not my conundrum to solve. That's something the devs have to solve with whoever is involved there. They are definitely aware of it now. They also wrote a response to this in their Discord, which I would argue was also not phrased in the best way. Also, why is this elevator not moving? Well, yeah, it's definitely an unfortunate situation. Oh, this is the floor of the elevator shaft. Amazing super elevators, yet. What are amazing super elevators? Those that just slow down your game to a crawl because they hide loading screens? Because those we've been to. It's more than that, okay. Oh, maybe not then. Or just elevators that take like 2 minutes. Why can't I do any combo move anymore? And I'm stuck between the enemy and the wall now. Okay, do I just out-heal now? Or how are we gonna deal with this? Like, I can't do anything. I'm just stuck here now. This is such good enemy and environmental and movement design. I love it. I'm still not able to move. There we go. Sure. I'm not sure how much longer I'm streaming, but if it's upcoming, you can definitely have a go. Oh, hi. Can you? I've pressed my middle mouse wheel like 3 times, and now I can't attack. Now we can attack again. Yeah, just let me deal with this. Get the item. Oops.
Nice.
Thank you for the follow. I mean, this is just a normal elevator. I am assuming that's not what you're talking about, right? It's a ladder. I missed a ladder. That's not the first time. Wait. Do I have the... I have the weapon out, okay. Yeah, I'm also just spamming F now, so that if I'm at a ladder, I will actually climb. Ah, here. Okay, just because area's unstable. What the fuck? What is unstable here? I'm standing on solid rock. Oh, wait. There's a lever here. I've been in a very similar room before. But they were just rings upon rings upon rings. But I just fell down while trying to jump them down individually. I mean, this is not the first time we're waiting ages. Oh, is it? I can't tell if it's moving. Or is just nothing going to happen, and is that why the elevator is that amazing? Is it just broken? No, I think it is moving. Yeah, it's definitely moving. Like, there was also a pair of elevators earlier that also just took ages. Was when we found the Nazgul, basically. Hey, okay. I mean, it's not actually that slow. Right? That's what a lot of this game has been. It's just waiting for things to happen. If you're not in tight corridors with one of the same enemy pasted one after another, you're just walking through an area with nothing. Certain other elevator going to an underground area, yeah? Yeah, the blue light helps in raising the similarity meter. Oh, we can't see the hole in the ceiling anymore. I guess it loaded a different skybox or something. Watch this. Oh, there we go. There was our loading screen. Now suddenly we have a completely different shader, different lighting, everything changed. I mean, maybe it's actually just a vista at the end and we actually just see something and then we have to take the elevator down to actually progress. Oh, another loading zone. Now we just don't have any frames anymore. There we are. So this sounds like the monastery. It looks a bit like the monastery too. I don't know. Maybe we actually went through two different areas. Oh, wait. Can I put my boy down now? I can. That's a lot of damage. And I tried to heal and died. How convenient that I just put down my homunculus. Come here. Oh, shit. Oh, that's so much damage. I hate these guys. Yep, and we just die. Like, what the fuck? Who designed this? And thought this was a good idea? No, that's not what I wanted.
Nice.
Oops. No, there are no invincibility frames in this game. You can't just dodge through an attack. You actually have to not get hit by stuff. This thing is way too tanky. This is not an area I'm supposed to be in. You had 18 constitution and they ripped you, yeah. That's basically what's happening here too. So, yeah. Let's do something else. That's a strategy that has worked quite a good way against enemies that are overly tuned in contrast to anything else. Yeah, we just found this elevator because of the tired tyrant in my chat who was like, hey, by the way, have you ever seen one of those amazing elevators? And there's one upcoming. There's a ladder in this room. And then we came to the elevator. So I guess we're just skipping stuff again. Like, I made progress in exploring the rain thingy-mabobby. I got the center homunculus, and then I made progress and got to do quite a bit of stuff to a room with a lot of pipes with another elevator. Oh no, come on. Look at him, almost dodging everything. Oh, it's two of them. Cool. I have no clue where you want me to go. Yeah, I don't know if this is an intended path. We're going... Oh, I hate that. I already hated the underground jumping puzzles thing we needed to do when we were really deep down. Okay, I'm getting loads of... Oh god, I hate you, go away. Hi, Killer Bee. Yeah, the environmental design is refreshingly different for this area. I mean, now I'm walking to something that looks almost the same as most things we've seen yet. Oh, I see red light. Why wouldn't you let me past you? I pressed the dash button. Oh, you underestimate me. I'm already at the point where I'm ready to just run past everything. It's definitely not worth the buy. in my opinion. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do whenever I can. Like, not in this state the game is in. Like, it's incredibly buggy. It has lots of design problems. And, yeah. Is this for the second calibration, Zell? This area? I mean, they may be able to fix the issues, but they will have to spend a lot of time. Like, it took them 4 years to get to this, from what I understand. And I think it needs at least a year, if not more, to just bring it to a state where it would be acceptable with the bugs and everything. Okay. Okay, let's try to get through this without being pushed down again. Maybe I can just make it to the other side before he comes. Yep. Okay, let's not fall down there. Let's not get sniped by the flying bush. As far as I can tell, there is no penalty for dying, other than sometimes there are specific items that drop if you die, but they're very, very rare, and they respawn at a location that you know where you picked them up, like from boss fights mainly. And sometimes I dropped something when I fell to my death somehow. But I couldn't tell you what that was. Or why I lost stuff there. Okay, I need to put the... I have enemies on me. I can't open the inventory. Just wanted to take the torch out. There we go. And now I can't open it again. Like, why? Why was I able to open it then? And now I can't anymore. Is there something aggroing on me? And why can't I get up there? And why is there a climbing system in the game that doesn't work? Why is there a climbing system that gets introduced in the tutorial and then never used again? This is prime territory to use your fucking climbing system. And I can't see shit. Because I can't take out my torch. The character's also supposed that if you jump at a ledge to just pull themselves up. Does my weight make a difference? Like, can I take off my armor and jump better? Oh! I'm constantly falling. I'm stuck in the geometry. Perfect game, 10 out of 10. Would buy again. I don't want to respawn. Respawn is going to put me back to my homunculus. Okay, I found the FPS counter again, and I had oxygen for a moment there. Yeah, if I press... Wait, does this mean it actually thinks I'm swimming, not I'm falling? Aren't there bubbles around me too? It thinks I'm swimming. This is so dumb. Okay, there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 people online that I'm following. It is almost 10 p.m. for me. And I don't know if I'm going to continue in this point or if I'm going to continue at another point when we start this again. But I guess we're going to find out. Because I think I've had enough of this game for today. I will figure out if we're going to continue this next weekend or not, I guess. No, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I can also easily get back to the other point where I was and take the other elevator. This is not your fault. The game is designed the way it's designed. And I was planning to end anyway, like 45 minutes ago already. I just dragged it out because I wanted to see what we have here. Now, thank you for the follow. Yeah, for anyone who may want to see how this continues, there's a follow button. But I do normally stream only Fridays through Sundays. And on Fridays, I stream at a different time. And I stream something different than games. On Fridays, we build our bot that runs this show. That's one thing I want to do after this Stormy. My last... I mean, it's been 6 hours roughly since I last ate, so it's not that bad. And I've had water, and this is the hydrate that... Who redeemed the hydrate? I guess Mr. Finch. Because who else would redeem hydrate for me and keep care? Yeah, so if we're going to continue this will be Saturday 4 p.m. CET or your regional equivalent. We will have daylight savings things in 2 weeks, not the next weekend. So things will be somewhat stable. And yeah, let's see, maybe the game gets some patches until then too, that make it a bit more manageable than what it is at the moment. But we are, there we go, going to wrap it up here for today.